Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon. I'm your host for today. A few things going on here. You'll notice this big box here. This is that air filtration system I have. It's the whole room. It's a Holmes air filtration system. It has a HEPA filter and a carbon filter. I'm printing some PC out on PC carbon fiber out in the K3, and I still don't have the fans for the bento box. So this is a good way of sucking the air straight from this area and expelling it, running it through some carbon filtrations. So 1 second here. That is a there we go. But yes, good morning, everybody. The other thing is during today, FAE-DRAGON right here, we're going to be bringing that over here onto the bench, and we'll be taking panels off and stuff like that. I will mute you all and probably put you on a be right back screen while I vacuum out the bottom of the printer. Unfortunately, I don't have anything like a Hodo or some other handheld rechargeable vacuum that I can get in and clean my printers up with. So I'm going to be using the Dyson. So I'd prefer not to guys listen to that when I put that on. So I'll put you on mute, maybe do a be right back screen. We'll clean up the inside bottom, deck panel a little bit, and then we'll do some things to resolve some of those things. 'Cause you always get little bits and pieces down in the extrusion, so I'm going to add some covers and stuff. What part is going on the K3 right now? It is the awesome. It's one of the. It's part of the Z-axis. Give me 1 second here. EK8 liner. Yeah. So what I did was I actually created all of the files based on the sections of the manual, so I can print them out as I go. Yeah, I've got so. Here's all of the stuff so far for the section 2 of the manual. So I've got the frame. I've got there's the, whoops, spot. Here's the Z motor mount. Here's the, I think the other liners. Need to clean up a little bit of retract there. These parts are just coming out gorgeous though. So this DCCF is, yeah, I think this is going to be on my list for future prints because it's definitely coming out very nice. Thanks, Chris. So yeah, what you see here is everything that we're going to put on the printer today. So this whole stack of parts here is the carbon rods, the clamps that go around the carbon rods that give you your mounting points for the linear rails. These are the end pieces for the X and Y gantries, or excuse me, the Y gantry rods. We'll have the bracket kit, which will be the A and B motor mounts, and then the XY joints. It appears that we reuse the idler bits, so that's good. Exactly. Exactly. I've had a lot less issues with anything warping. In fact, I haven't had anything issues with things warping. We're going to swap the printed tap while we're at it with the CNC TAP 2. And the printed tap parts we're going to recover for use on Boop for the Micron Plus build. And then, of course, we're also going to add our TFT display. So we'll put ClipperScreen on this, and then we'll take the screen that we removed from this printer and put it on Chewy's printer. Because I'm still not sure why that other one is being stupid. Morning, Timor. Okay, Chris. Thanks for the lurk. So, good morning, Royal Nomi. So that's kind of the big overview of the day. So what you're going to see is I'm going to have to move this off to the side. And we're going to start by doing some deconstructing. Okay. Let me come over here to the browser window. And you'll see this is our carbon fiber gantry system that it'll look like. And it starts off basically saying that it's designed for the MGN 12.8 trail, which we have on ours because we're running TAP. It gives us a nice list of contents here, some of which are behind the pile of leaves from the drop game. And good morning, Royal Nomi. How are you doing this morning? Hope you are doing well. So quite a lot. It's a pretty comprehensive kit, which is nice. And you notice it gets right into as if you were building this from scratch. Well, we're not building this from scratch. We are upgrading an existing printer. This would be great to add in as you're doing the build because one, it saves you on printing some things. And then two, it's going to save you some time because as you'll see here, we're going to have to start by taking things apart. So you just hobbled out of bed waiting on coffee to brew. Nice. So let me come over here. I've already removed the filament and just knocked the light bar over. So let me fix that real fast. And then we'll bring the printer over here so we can get started today. Okay. And there we go. One printer. Now, we need to get this gantry out, which means we're going to be taking all of the panels off. And so we're going to be undressing our printer here. Let me raise this up, give us a little bit of a bigger view of everything. So we are going to need to take off all the panels, and it's probably going to be easier to take them all off versus trying to say, well, we can leave this one on, we can leave that one on and kind of work around it. Now, it's going to be easier just take all the panels off. All of our panels, doors, and everything else are put on with T-nuts. So it should be fairly easy to get them to come off without having to do anything major, just like that. Just loosen the screws, pull our panels off, and this will give us the room that we need to get in here and do things. Now, as far as the top goes, yeah, we'll probably take the top off as well just to make life a little bit easier on ourselves. Like I said, at this point, the biggest thing is being able to get in and access everything easily so that we can get this done faster rather than trying to say, oh, well, what's the least number of panels that I can take off to make this work? Just realized I need to take the panels off. I don't really need to take all of the clips off. I should be able to pull the panels up and leave the bottom parts of all of our panels in place. And we are going to take the back panel off because we do need to get to certain things on the back of the printer. And having this back panel off will make life easier in that regard. And once again, the nice thing about this is it gives us a chance to just check out our printed parts, make sure everything's going good, make sure that you're um, just clean things up. Um, Trying to think here. Nine a.m. and you had a long night. BC keeping you up? Okay. The back panel is the only thing we need or that we have left. I'm going to pull our PTFE tube out. And this is where we may have some issues is with our umbilical. We may see if we can leave the back panel on here because of the umbilical, because with the way the umbilical is, with the way this hole is right here, I would have to cut the connector off to pull this completely out and then re-terminate. Actually, I guess what I can do is just leave this in place and take the panel itself off. Yeah. Let's take the panel off and leave the umbilical piece in place. So glad I bought a coffee printer morning. Yeah. Must be dismantle week. You're dismantling all of your bed slingers in the parts bin. Oh, wow. Oh, you give me that. Hopefully, there we go. That panel comes out as well, just like that. And what we have is a fairly dismantled printer. Now we can go in and work on taking a few other things off of our tool head and then start working our way to dismantling our gantry. Whoops. Where the heck is it going to? This is tap. The hot end, SB2209 comes back here. Pop this hot end off. So the hot end connector technically doesn't need to come off, but it's the way I routed the cables that in order to get this piece off, there we go. I had to undo this cable. Now, tap does not, well, tap and the X end stop do not, they're on the actual tap itself, not the tool head. So we do have to disconnect these couple of wires and fish them out before we'll be able to take our spool head board off. So the good news is that we're just going to relocate those parts over to the CNC TAP 2. So life should be easy and enable us to put these right back on. That piece. Going to put this back in there just so it's somewhere where we can find it. You will remove the screws from the front of our tool head. We'll be able to pop our whole tool head off. And we have an ad break going on. And yeah, it probably is dismantle week, Seymour. Like I said, for this, it's more of taking some things apart so that we can work on some other things. This part off, we've got a couple of screws up here to take off, and then the top comes off. Just like that, we've got our whole tool head pop off. We can just set that part aside. Now, probably the easiest thing to do will be to disconnect the parts that come over to our gantry, and we'll just lift the whole gantry out, and that'll make our lives a little bit easier. Let me think through this. So the motors come off, the motor comes off, this comes over and into the cable chain. Y end stop joins into the cable chain. So we'll undo the cable chain. and then we'll undo the Y end stop, and that will disconnect all the electronics coming up to the gantry at that point. And then we can work on just pulling the gantry by removing the belts, the Z belt, yeah, Z belts. So that is probably a button head. So that part's off. These two, and then the Y end stop will be disconnected, and we should be able to remove the gantry. Hey, zombie, how's it going? We are in disassemble mode. Hey, Mr. Wizzix. So we are disassembling things so we can take the gantry off, and then once we get the gantry out, we will put the main printer down on the floor and work on further disassembling the gantry so that we can start building our carbon fiber parts up. So cable chain and Y end stop are now out of the way. That's out of the way. So on the Micron build, we talked about the belts or the Z belts and leaving a little bit of excess on the belts. And this is why we do that. So we can come in here and cut the heads off of our zip ties without, cutting the belt. And now we're going to have some belt that we can use when we go to rebelt our Z up. So he's done. Ready to come off. We'll need to put something underneath here to hold our frame up. Couple of spools of filament, and we'll loosen these 4 screws up here, which will give us the ability to then undo the belt, pull the belt through. And this might be where you realize that some of your screws had come loose and weren't completely tight yet, or weren't completely tight anymore. All of our Z-belts are loose. We're going to go ahead and work on pulling those through because we're going to need to take the gantry out and these pulled through so that they're completely free. Once we get our belts out, we'll need to remove the M5 screws on the long M5 screws that go into the trucks that hold our gantry up. Just take your time and work your belts through. So the good thing is that when I was looking at the directions, it looks like we keep the front idlers. So by keeping the front idlers the same, we should have a little bit easier time of mounting our stuff back up, hopefully. On 3, one more. See if I can do this one without dumping all of my tools all over the place. I have a tendency to do that occasionally. Once again, the reason we're doing this is because, well, I have a ChaoticLab's Voron 2.4 kit, and so at ERF, Big Tree Tech gave me the A and B and the XY joint pieces, and I went ahead and bought a full set because what that will let me do is hold on a second, brain farting here. What that will let me do is do this full upgrade, and then I'll go through and I'll buy the necessary rod pieces to go and do one of my other 2.4s here in a little bit. Okay, these are the big guys. So those require the 4mm. The reason I was trying to raise it up is just to be able to get in there to them. Once again, releasing these screws removes the gantry from the trucks, and that way we'll be able to release our gantry and pull our gantry out. Okay, with that, pull our gantry out. Oh, set this down on the ground real fast. Grab my things out of the way here. And before I go too much further, folks, I am going to mute you all as I come in here and vacuum this up to get all the little things off the edge. Bear with me for a moment. Okay, so now we cleaned up a bunch of stuff, and we had a lot of, well, filament pieces that get down in these channels, and it's extremely hard to try and get that stuff back out. So one thing that we can do to prevent that from being a problem in the future is to grab some of our this is just 2020 extrusion stuff, and we can take that and set it down in here. Press it down in there. And this will cover up those extrusions, so at least we won't get little pieces down in there. And you can buy these. This is a, I'll say like a, not a foam rubber, but a rubberized type of material. But you can print covers as well. You can buy uh, like the hard plastic versions that somebody's injection molded or extruded. Or you can get this type of stuff. It doesn't matter. It's more just doing what we need to do to cover up these edges so that we don't get a bunch of stuff down in here all the time. And I don't know about you, but I have that. I have a lot of it that gets down here in the front pieces as well. By the, by the door. In a piece. While you're doing your maintenance like this, now might be a good time if you need to swap out your Nevermore um, filter material. And what I'm realizing is my Nevermore pushed back in there. May have to take the bed up to fix that. Like I said, this is just definitely not required, but it's more of a quality of life thing, especially if you have a large print farm. Doing stuff like this takes a couple of minutes, but as far as doing your routine maintenance and cleaning, because you do realize we have to maintain and clean our printers, right? Um, because all of these little pieces of filament here can actually get down into the inner workings of a printer and cause you some issues if you're not careful. So definitely make sure that you're doing your preventive maintenance on your printers. And your printer will last a lot longer and give you plenty of good working life as well. Um, well, some of us do run them like rented mules. And it depends. I mean, there is trade-offs. If you are running print farms and doing this for a business and you've got an order that you've just got to push through, you may not be as up to date on your printer maintenance as you should be. Um, if you are, but just realize that that could potentially lead to more issues down the road. Our 3D printers are tools, just like any other tool. There is some type of preventive maintenance regimen that you should be doing with them. So, and I will tell you that I, for one, am not like, I don't have like reminders in a schedule set, but I will have a printer remind me that I have been neglecting her. And that's normally a hint of, hey, you might want to go and visit all of them. Now, you can get really overboard and get all kinds of different colors of this material, and you can do all your verticals and stuff like that. I'm not going to do my verticals. I just really want to work on those bottom pieces that'll make future maintenance and running and cleaning some things a lot easier. And actually, right now, what we're going to do is go ahead and move this off so we can start taking apart the gantry to put the gantry together. And I'll worry about the Nevermore piece a little bit later. That'll be a future loop problem and maybe an off the stream future loop problem. Okay, so our gantry. Let's go ahead and continue to tear down our gantry. Now, one might sit here and go, well, why don't you keep all of your belts with each side piece? Well, that would be great. We might be able to do that. Um, and the reason you'd want to do that is, we'll just say you've got some good registration marks on your belts, meaning, we'll know that's at one end, this is the other end, and we'll know where it was clamped at and how we had the rest of the piece done. So if we mount our belts back to the same corner the same way, we should be able to theoretically get close to the same tension. Theoretically. I have to take the A and B belts off too before I can take the idlers off. Let's work on taking things off slowly here. And like I said, most of the parts of the printed tap here are going to be looked at, cleaned up, and then reused over on the Micron for boop. So we just need to make sure that everything's still in good working order, that we keep all of the hardware that we pull off of here. So that we can reuse it if need be over on boot. Built over bot, Kenneth 3D Prints. How's it going? Welcome on in. We are just primarily in disassemble mode at the moment. We are taking apart our 2.4 gantry and the printed tap, because the plan is to reuse as many of these parts as possible over on the Micron as we put boop on the Micron. So we're just going to take all the parts and stuff that we pull off of this, and because tap and boop, boop just a shrunk down version of tap. So we're going to use the same sensor and all that good stuff. It's just a matter of size, really, the difference. And I was doing some prep work last night on the Micron. And when I say prep work, I was getting the um, electronics set up on the mounts. And I was also, I decided, well, let me go ahead and go through the install, because we've done the install on the, oh, it's a CB, it's a Manta M8P with a CB1. Well, when we did the solid fork, it was a Manta M5P with a CV1 and an EBB36. So it's the exact same thing, just a um, slightly different number of motors that were used, stuff like that. So what I did was got everything set up on the bench. And believe it or not, you can do all of your CAN and Clipper flashing via 5 volt. on an EBB 30 or 42. So you'll get your catapult, you'll get your clipper on your main board, then you'll do catapult on the EBB 36, and then when you go to set it up for CAN bus, basically you have to set up both the 5-volt jumper because you're going to power it over USB and the 120 ohm resistor jumper. And then you'll, in this case, I've got a pre-made CAN bus cable. I plugged the 4-wire into the EBB 36, but did not connect the power, the 24-volt power. I just connected the CAN high, CAN low to the board and was able to get everything flashed that way. Can you say hello to your son, Ryden? Hey, Ryden, how's it going? Let me even do this. Hey there, Ryden. I'm Digital Dragon, otherwise known as Luke. I hang out with your dad a lot at the trade shows, like the Rip Rap festivals that we go to and stuff. And he's been kind enough to sponsor my channel so that he's helped provide parts for many of the 3D printers you see behind us, whether it's panels or hot ends, extruders, controller boards or what have you. So thanks for sharing your dad with us, Ryden. Okay. So the other thing that's nice to do on this, you can, if you really want, pull your heat set inserts out and reuse them. But one thing I'll say that I want to notice here is look at the discoloration on the parts here. So the hot end's right down in this area. So some of this discoloration is heat from the hot end, and other parts are, just burnt filament. But it's also interesting to see how nasty these things get over time. Um, Same thing that you'll see up here with the when I take the actual carriage off. Let me remove these belt clamps. Yeah, grab the right size driver, and the belt clamps will come off a lot easier. One of my original thoughts was pulling this off and just taking the printed tap and putting it over on Chewy's machine. And we decided instead to just go with the regular CNC tap because that would be a lot easier. And things like your magnet carriages here should be reusable over on Boop. Might not be the right color scheme, but they should be reusable. I will say that a lot of my seatbelt parts on here, like a lot of these screws here had started to come loose. So that's a little disconcerting. Not too. Yes, I just took that carriage off. Be very, very careful if you ever do that. Don't lose your balls in the process. But might be a good time to take it out, check the lubrication that you have, and see if it needs any new lubrication or if you want to or need to go in and do some cleaning, clean things up. I think what I'm going to do, I'm not going to recover these sets. I'm going to toss that stuff. Yeah, so you can see there's discoloration even on the bottom of the heat set. That tells me that all of this isn't heat, that a lot of this is just filament particles. Once again, we've been printing a lot of hot filaments with this. So a lot of this is most likely, um, you know, ABS and ASA, VOC stuff that's getting up in the air. Hopefully I can get this off because the one of the screws, the head sheared off, which is one of the reasons why I really hate these little M2 self tappers with the um, M2 self tappers with a Phillips head um, screw versus the uh, M5 or not M5, but a hex head screw head. Because I can't tell you how many times I've sheared those off. This printer has several hundred hours on it. Um, this was the one that was built based on the parts that I won from Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest last year. So yeah, it's been a bit. Yeah, just kind of nasty. It's almost like, think about, nicotine in smokers. And that's kind of like what it looks like. But we'll grab this and this. Get a little bit of alcohol on here, and we're just going to, once again, there's our piece. Now I'm just going to wipe it down and try and clean it up some. just using isopropyl here. Acetone would probably work better to get the crud off of here. I just do that out in the garage. I'm going to clean this rail up really good and make sure that I get some good lubrication back on the rail. But I just want to make sure it's all cleaned up when we transfer it over. And once again, we've been printing in a hot environment. So you just may want to double check your rails to see if they need additional lubrication. And I will tell you that, yes, this rail or this carriage is going to need some new lubrication. I also knocked a couple of balls out when I was trying to clean that up. So let me get my bearings back in place. This might be a time when you realize, oh, wow, I'm probably missing a few bearings. Because, yeah, this particular one is missing one or two bearings. So now would be a good time to fix that as well. Now, mind you, this piece is going to go on the Micron Plus for Boop. So I don't need it today. So what I'm going to do is set this aside. I can make note of it and I'll work on that after stream. Sensor, the end stop. All of that can go over on Boop. So 2.5, 3. Okay. Now I should be able to go ahead and pull my belts for my A and B drives here. I'm going to go ahead and pull these and get them out of the way. Remove our rear belts. So this is our M3s. At least that one was tightened. Thank you for the bits, Chris. I appreciate that. Always much appreciated. So, folks, once again, I made comment before that we were going to be doing a streamiversary / birthday stream on February 10th, which actually happens to be my 52nd birthday. And Chris has offered to provide some gift certificates for that stream. So we will have a few gift certificates. We figured that would be a little bit easier than trying to say, let's just do product X or product Y, because it gives more flexibility to everybody. So just wanted to give everybody a heads up that that's coming down the pipeline here. And thanks a lot to KB3D Chris for supporting the channel and helping to make the Dragon Den and the Digital Dragon 72 channel successful. We're just going to continue here to take things apart. We're taking apart our X gantry here. Should be able to lift that straight off. And leave. These should be able to come apart now. These off. And once again, our idlers I believe are reused in this build. And folks, be careful. You have no stoppers on your rails right now, so be very, very careful with them. I am going to go ahead and, yeah, I need to remove the rails because we're going to mount them in a different fashion. So we'll remove these. Thank you for the 100 bits, Zombie Hedgehog. Appreciate that. Yes, Chris is an awesome person, and Chris too is an awesome person as well. I guess he was streaming last night. I didn't get the notice in time though to jump over and hang out with him on his stream. Partly because I was playing with CAN bus. So one thing to be cognizant of, whenever you are running Klipper printers and you upgrade Klipper, just note there will be times when you've got to then reflash the version of Klipper on your MCUs. So I was up late last night because I happened to say, you know, hey, the salad fork's been offline and under the desk for a little while. Let me go ahead and update everything. And I proceeded to have to work on getting all of the CAN bus and Klipper stuff working on it again because it Ubered. We're going to want to work on adding some new grease on these. For what? 3x10s? 3x8. Um, the other thing is we'll go ahead and take the titanium backers off after this stream. We may put those on Chewy's box just because I won't have any use for them because I can't put them on the back on this box. I didn't know Chris 2 streamed either until KB3D made a comment on his stream or on his Discord that he was not going to be streaming last night, but that Chris 2 was streaming. Yeah, got to fix that to make sure that we've got Chris 2, and Chris 2 is with a C. It's CHRIS. Oh yeah, definitely. I should have went to bed early, and I'm paying for it today, Built Overbot, because I was up till close to 2 o'clock working on CAN bus stuff, CAN bus and Klipper. But the board for Micron is now fully installed with CAN bus and Klipper. So that part of that build is good to go now. Um, so I figured we've done that enough times that doing that off stream just makes things go a little bit faster. Okay, what do I want to take off? Let's take this apart because we're going to need our motors. I don't know if the kit actually comes with all the pulleys and stuff. This we'll find out here shortly. You're just starting your day? Well, good. Hybrid Robotics, welcome on in. The Twitch link should have worked. Yep, that works. KB3D Chris 2 followed. I'm going to have this whole pile of screws over here. Somebody's going to be like, hey, why aren't you doing like a Steve Builds thing? And I've got several Steve Builds trays, but believe it or not, they've been catch-alls with other stuff. I actually really need to spend a day or something one of these weekends coming up and just work on cleaning up things and resorting stuff, getting things back where back where they should be, so that the shop's a little bit cleaner. Yeah, I was looking at the multi-board stuff. I definitely need to start doing something. I started setting everything up in Gridfinity, which I still have that idea and I still want to work with the Gridfinity stuff, but it just comes down to needing to print everything out to continue to organize. And it's good for all of my screws and stuff, but then it's like, what do you do with all of your controller boards and things like that? So it's almost like I need a cabinet or small, yeah, I just need some type of cabinet that I can then set up with organizers for all of my um, boards and wire and stuff like that. Just to get a little more organized. Okay, so there's the two motors. Those, I'm going to set these aside for now in case I need them or to recover any more parts out of them. Go ahead and take the XY joints off. My initial plan is just to remove them, not to take apart the joints, because once again, I'm not sure if I need the bearings and stuff. I can't remember if the kit came with bearings or not. Um, should have come with the associated screws and stuff they expected to use, but bearing wise, I'm not sure if it. And remember to grab your rail. You don't have any stoppers on your rails. From the feel of them, I was going to need to do some maintenance anyhow. Very least, it looks like they're going to need some more grease, so we're going to have to lube these rails back up. Hey, KB3D Chris 2, how's it going, my friend? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we should have a few more follows for you now. We didn't realize you were streaming last night. Summoned the Chris. Yeah, this one actually looks still feeling really good. Wise, we might need to give a little bit of love to though. Like I said, I'll work on taking the titanium backers off, and like I said, probably throw them over on Chewy's build just to get them out of the way. Hey, Aaron, how's it going? We've been doing a dismantling, basically, stream. We took our Voron 2.4 apart, or at least we took the panels off, we took the gantry out, we took the tool head off, which is sitting right here, so that we could get rid of the printed tap. The printed, well, the mechanicals, the linear rail, the sensor, stuff like that's going to go over on the Micron build as part of the boop. So we needed that for that build. We're going to replace that printed CNC tap or printed tap with a CNC tap V2 from Chaotic Labs. And we're going to start building up the Chaotic Labs gantry here. The carbon fiber gantry system. So this is what we'll be working on here. Over to the instruction, and yeah, I'm not seeing bearings here. We're gonna have to recover the bearings out of the other. So I'm gonna start with grabbing this box. Now this is a box that's sold separately. This is just the bracket kit for the 2.4 gantry. So it would be your A and B motors and your XY joints. Doesn't look like they're doing idlers in carbon fiber. At least you would have to go with um, the CNC metal idlers. Yeah, the black rails are nice. These are Tensor 3D branded. But I do know in talking with, I believe his name was Mike from Tensor 3D, that they work with West, yeah, West 3D. So if he doesn't have something, he'll reach out to West 3D for it and vice versa. So, of course, we got our little Chaotic Lab stickers that we'll add to the pile over there. But we just pull out what gubbins we have. These are the um, little screw caps, or I'll say screw grommets. of a couple of different sizes, 2.5 and M3. We've got our knurled standoffs, some M3 by 30 screws, some M5 by 18 screws, various size screws here. Pull these out and get them laid out. Dig into them as we need them. More of the knurled standoffs. Tiny, tiny little bracket. And then we'll have some aluminum spacers. These are some pretty nice little aluminum spacers. We'll have a gland for the umbilical. So we might have to wind up taking the umbilical apart anyhow. And then we're going to start having our carbon fiber bit. And so here's your nice carbon fiber plate. And this isn't just a coated carbon fiber. These are straight carbon fiber plates. Wonderfully machined. We'll have that. These are the bottom plates for the XY joints. That over there. The top plates for the XY joints. And it looks like some spacer pieces. We'll get all of this stuff out so that we can see it and grab it when we need it. Looks like the piece for the gland as well as for the cable chain connection. And then these pieces I'm going to have to be careful with because these are going to be various standoffs and spacers. Yep. Very nice foam packaging. There's a whole lot of material in a very small space. All right. Get that out of here. And we want to start off with, it looks like this piece that's got the slots in it because that's where our Y end stop's going to go. Our Y end stop, which is currently still hanging in the machine because it's got a cable that goes back to the board. So I don't really want to going on the top or the bottom. Let me just take a look and see how this one is going because I'm wondering if I can just add that on after the fact. I think I can. Maybe a little fiddly, but it looks like we could probably get it in there and add it on after the fact. Must have missed some chat stuff. Hey, Chris, KV3D Chris, thank you for the subscription. Let me come back here and check. Aaron, like Rails, hello, cat. Aaron, we like your face. What can you say? Yes. Aaron 3DP just subscribed. Thank you, sir. Zombie knowing Chris's secret. Maybe 3D Chris 2 just subscribed. Thank you very much. Otter's Danger Den, welcome on in. Have a good day, Royal Nomi, and have fun celebrating with the kids. Chris didn't know he had a secret. Is it juicy? He says, you don't know if it's secret, but it's circular. Interesting. Hey, Kenneth, how's it going? Yeah, this is a pretty major upgrade. It's basically a full rebuild of the XY gantry. And yeah, this would have been great to do at time of build. It would be a lot easier. And I had the parts here. I just wasn't going to put it on Chewy's machine. No offense, Chewy. So yeah, I think I can get the Y endstop installed after the fact, because I really don't want to pick the printer back up here, put it on its side, open the bottom panel, undo the Y endstop, and fish it all the way through the cable chain. I'd prefer to leave everything in the cable chain, and not have to try and move things. So looks like we are going to need our bearing stacks. So let's go ahead and pull these apart. I'm going to try and do this the righteous way and not drop the bearing stack here, but apparently that didn't happen. Yep, just keep dropping them. Bearings. Washers. Those over there. Parts go back to the. Trying to leave at least one bearing stack in. Gracious. Okay, so we need our two pens, it looks like. Interesting. It looks like we have a bearing stack on the bottom with a washer only on the one side, which is the bottom side, because the spacer here provides the other end of the stack. These go along the back edge. So end stop goes there. So this is going to go on these back corner edges. There's a slight recess for these to drop down into. So we've got that one. We'll need another bearing stack. These look like they're offset. All the standoffs for the bearings are black. Okay, well, let me look. Ah, there we go. These weren't knurled. These are actually the standoffs for the bearings. That'll make more sense to me then. So that one goes there. This one will go here. So it's a shim and then your bearing stack without a shim on the other side because it's got the built-in shim to it. And so we'll put that there. This other piece, I'm just going to lift this center out. Put another one of these black ones in there. There we go. Now we need to use a M2.5 shim and an M2.5 by 6 socket head screw. M2.5 by. So in essence, what you're doing, I don't know if you've ever worked with, I'll say like metal grommets, or sometimes you'll see these types of grommets in like home builds when you're dealing with roofs and some types of siding. It's basically going to prevent the fastener from crushing the material underneath it. So I've seen them a lot in doing machine rack builds and we'll say data centers. Okay, these are not the ones I wanted. So these have so these ones are countersunk heads. So it must be this set that's got a larger quantity. Yeah, there you go. There's our socket head cap screw. These will be M2, or I mean 2 millimeter flanges. So we'll have these. And grommets. So that's what that's going to look like. So it just provides a flange and gives you a lot more area to touch up against. And it doesn't talk about any type of Loctite. Torque limiters. Okay, use an automotive tool to prevent crushing gaskets. There you go. Does anybody know if Loctite has an adverse effect to carbon fiber? Because I haven't seen any notes in here, and I don't see anything in the manual that talks about using Loctite or not to use Loctite, but hey, Chewy, how's it going? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the instructions about Loctite. Um, so just in holding these idlers and stuff in, because I just don't know if it would be. So I'm not using it on the surfaces, but for mounting these screws through the carbon fiber piece into these metal standoffs, into these aluminum standoffs, I want to use Loctite because I've had a number of my fittings when I was taking this gantry apart that had started to loosen up. So what I'm wondering is if Loctite would have any type of adverse effect on the carbon fiber if it came in contact as I was putting the screw through the carbon fiber with some Loctite to go into these aluminum shafts. That's really what I was dealing with. It'll not break down the CF. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Okay. I was pretty sure it was going to be resilient because if I remember right, this is going to be a, like an epoxy coat in the embedded in the carbon fiber when they make the carbon fiber sheet. So it should be resilient to just about everything. Hey, Photosment, how are you doing, my friend? Welcome on in. Okay, so the bottom two bearings are on. Now let's roll our way back down here. Like I said, we will reinstall the limit switch once we get this assembled and heading back into the printer. So we've got those two pieces done. Now I'm seeing the M3 shims and some M3 by 30 socket head screws. And this is going to be what's used to mount the motor through the whole shebang. Forever Night, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yeah, this is going to be fun. We're working on redoing the gantry on FAE-DRAGON, which was my original 2.4. I built this last year after Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest using printed forward parts that I had won at the show. And so what I'm in the process of doing is swapping over to these carbon fiber pieces. I got the I don't remember what they refer to it as, but it's basically the AB motors and the XY joints from Big Tree Tech. Luke, Silver Surfer from Big Tree Tech, had given me the basically the AB motors and the XY joints, everything that we're working on right now, um, all of these carbon fiber pieces. He gave me that kit. So I went ahead and bought the full kit, which had the carbon fiber rods. Because if I was going to disassemble the gantry, I figured I was going to go ahead and do the rods as well. I wasn't going to go through all this pain just to replace AB motor mounts, you know. More on your nightmare. It's just going to take some time. And the nice thing is, in taking this apart, we're going to move from the printed tap pieces to a CNC TAP V2, which will be a better overall fit for this. And it will allow me to reuse those parts from the printed tap for the boop over on Micron, which is just a smaller version of printed tap, basically, or a smaller version of tap for smaller printers. Okay, so we have these three on there. I'll set it back down on the base, and we need to put in spacers. So these are carbon fiber standoffs, which look like knurled tubes, but they're literally carbon fiber standoffs. Once you get them out of the package and look at them, you'll see that they're carbon fiber tubes, not knurled standoffs. Knurled, yeah, standoffs. So we'll set this on there. And then in this orientation, we'll need one more bearing stack that comes over here on the side. So once again, on these bearing stacks, we don't need the center washers because we've got the built-in spacer on these pieces. So it'll be a bearing with the flange side down, and then a bearing with the flange side up, and a 5mm washer. AKA. Now it looks like we're going to take our other carbon fiber part, and it'll be the other one that's got the notch in it. And this is going to lay on top of all of these pieces. So getting all of our screw holes lined up like that. We're going to need a M2.5 by 6 or small small M2.5 by 6 again, another 2.5 grommet, and a little bit of Loctite on the end of that. Once again, as I was taking apart the other pieces, I did notice that there was some things that had loosened up. So just a little bit of Loctite on these, I think, is going to help go a long way. And then this next piece over here is one of these tiny. It's the M2 by 6 flathead cap screw. This is even tinier. Going to get a little bit on a couple of threads there. And put that through into the slot that's got a chamfered hole for it. Now we still have 3 screws that aren't screwed into anything, so need to be careful as we pick this up. We'll have our pulley, and the pulley is done up like this one. Now these are set using the Voron jig tool. And these came off the other one, so we should be good to go here without having to swap this over. We're just going to line up our motor orientation and try and flip this over without dropping the other screws out. That was going to do. So the opening end is where our wire comes out. We're just going to sit this down over the top. And we'll have 3 screws to tighten. I'm just going to tighten these down. Don't ugga-dugga the heck out of them. We don't want to snap anything or crack anything. Things sitting down on there nicely. And that's what we're looking like so far. Double check from the back. And that's what we're going to do is tighten the M3 screws. And you'll notice that we'll have two on the left as we're looking at it from the back, one on the right, and it should line up with that pulley, which it does very nicely. So this side's done. We'll remember to add our end stop in once we go to hang the gantry. And now we'll start on our other set of carbon fiber parts. Yep, like this. And we're going to start by using one of our pulley standoffs. Once again, it's got this bump out piece in the middle, which is why we're getting rid of some of our M5 washers here. We don't need it for that piece that's going against the middle. And these bearings, by the way, these are the hybrid bearings, the hybrid ceramic metal bearings. Yeah, tap, but smaller. Oop. Hey, Collie72, how's it going? So this was my first Voron 2.4 300 size. And all we're doing is we took the panels off, we took the gantry out, we cleaned some things up, covered up some of the lower extrusions that normally collect a bunch of, we'll say, stuff. And that stuff being, like filament scraps and stuff from purges. So, yeah, it's, hold on a second. Okay, so one bearing, the other one just goes on with a shim. Okay, so this will be the double stack and this will be the, okay, so we're going back with our M2 socket head. Sorry about that. Yeah, this was a 300 size build. Oh, definitely, Fotis. We'll print your Moon Dragon on this once we get it finished. That is a definite. We can do that. Sorry, I got kind of lost here. No, they are not the same thickness as the printed parts. So carbon fiber part and printed part. I do not believe they are the same. Yeah, they're not the same thickness. The carbon fiber parts, and that's why your standoffs have, different size spacings and stuff in them, and why you're doing things in certain ways. So we're going to need our M25 screw, our M25, what we call those crush washers. We're going to put a little bit of Loctite on those threads. We're going to lift this up, holding it in place so we don't lose it. And we'll tighten that down in place. There's one. We'll do the same thing for the side that's not going to have any bearings on it yet. I probably at some point should have like weighed all the printed parts or weighed the gantry beforehand and then after. Didn't think about it though, so Okay, so those two are on there. I believe somebody most likely has. Build one and ship it to Greece. Yeah, the shipping's going to be a pain. Um, yeah, I'm sure we can figure out how to ship it. In fact, Chris, you may have some ideas on how something like that may work. Um, but yeah, I would definitely consider doing that, Fotis. So we've got our longer M30 screws here. We're going to need some more of our M30, we call them crush washers, torque crush washers, whatever. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these through and once again get a little bit of Loctite on them. We'll get these set up and ready. Like I said, we don't need a lot, and I just really want it at the threads at the end. So we get them there, we'll put them through the printed part. We'll put a spacer, carbon fiber spacer down on them. There's one. We'll have 3 of these to do. So Loctite's just a little bit more insurance for me because, as I said, as I was taking the other gantry apart, um, I noticed there was a bunch of loose fasteners. So, but yeah, Fotis, that's definitely something that we can work on because I just finished building one of these for Chewy. But I would suggest, like an LDO kit. And if you want to do some cool little upgrades like this, or mods, I should say, not upgrades, but little mods like this, we could always figure that out as well. So we've got these 3 screws set in there with the 3 standoffs. Next up, we'll need to add our remaining bearing stacks. So flange side down, flange side up with a washer. Grab the one over here and take that excess washer off. And flange down, flange up with a washer. That one's there. And there's another printed part that we're done with. We'll take the other plate, which will have little recessed pieces in it for these standoffs. And we'll line that up, set this on top of everything. And then we'll put these 2 screws in first, I'm assuming. Yep. So we'll do in the corner, it's going to be the M2.5 socket head cap screw, which uses a 2.5, or excuse me, a 2. Driver, another crush washer. Little thought of some Loctite. Okay. Then a 1.5 driver for one of these lovely little M2 by 5 flathead, aka countersunk screws. And that went flying. See if I can find it. Yep, got it. Also found one of the M3 nuts. I lost the other. go. We'll go ahead and get that added in here. Nice. Now we can flip this over and we'll mount it on our other motor, and our wire side goes out on the longer edge. Okay, so this will just line up on top, and these are standard M3s, so we'll go ahead and get them started. Yeah, because you don't want to build it. You want it pre-made by the Luke Special. Exactly. So there's our second one. And once again, we're going to tighten all the screws, and then we're going to look at it from the back. So motor wire is coming out the left side here. We'll have our double bearing stack on this side, single lower here, and it lines up with that pulley. Yep, lines up with the pulley just fine. So these are already set to the right height as far as the pulleys go. So we've got those two done. Now what's next? The gantry. Kind of just talks about everything that we've got. The A drive, the B drive. We'll have the X and Y joints, the anti-bending cable sleeve. There we go. This will be a piece of spring steel wire to support the umbilical. And we're going to start on some carbon fiber tubes. Folks, I'm going to mute you real fast and blow my nose. Allergies. Okay. And quite honestly, the buy the LDO kit and Luke flies over and builds it, that might actually not be a bad idea. My wife's on me to get my passport. She already has hers, and she wants me to get my passport traveling. Hey, Nick, welcome on in. Welcome on in. So carbon tubes. So we're going to start into that part of the build now. So let me move a few things around here, or grab a couple of things at least. What does it want me to start with first? Looks like we're going to do the Y gantry kit. So we do have the Y gantry, and there's an X gantry. So the X gantry is going to have, of course, just one tube in it, where this one should have three. Oh, definitely, Fotis, definitely. All right, let me pick out the packing peanuts so I don't make a mess all over the place. Can we shoot whoever developed packing, styrofoam packing peanuts? Well, granted, these look more like, like gnocchi, but okay. So very well packaged set of rods, and as always, more Chaotic Lab stickers. So maybe that'll be one of the giveaways for the birthday stream. Will be a set of Chaotic Lab stickers because I tend to have a ton of them. We're going to need the smaller tube. I'm just going to leave them in here and pull them out as I need them because, well, why not? So we're going to need these, and we're going to need one of the end sets. Now let me see if they're actually x-axis, y, y, y. X-axis, we'll keep with the x-axis. I don't know if they're any different at all. Seem to have the same part number, so we'll just pick one. And once again, hey, look, every box is going to have a set of Chaotic Lab stickers, but very well packaged. So these are aluminum end pieces and carbon fiber rods. These should be really good. Some really sturdy prints. So your carbon fiber rod, you're going to turn it so that your ends with the two holes are on top, and you're going to have the little cutouts facing down. We'll need these aluminum pieces. Very nice silk screen. These are anodized aluminum. So we're going to set these up one on each side. We'll have these U-shaped type of locking nuts that we'll need to get out of here. Trying to do it without dumping everything over, but I think that might be the easier way to do it. There we go. So you've got these U-shaped locking nuts, and what these are going to do is slide right into this end here and give you a lot more surface area to screw into and distribute that weight through the entire rod versus just coming through this one thin piece. So one goes in each end. And the rods will go into our metal ends here. So at the M5 holes on the carbon fiber tube, the bracket and the lock nut are aligned. Yay, verily. And then we're going to install our motors in this through this housing. So basically going to slide everything together and try and keep holes lined up when we Okay, cut out. Now we need to install M5x16 button head cap screws from the top. Those are provided in the kit, so we just have to dig them out. It's going to be easier pushing from the bottom. There we go. Very nice tight foam packaging. All right, photos, take it easy. Enjoy your day. Okay, so we've got M5x16. We're going to come in through the top. Once again, motion system. I am going to add just a tad bit of Loctite to this. You need to drop pieces. Doesn't look like there's any washers on this side, so I'm just going to work on getting these lined up. On, lined up there. Apparently that one is wanting to be annoying. There we go. Just going to start to get one down and then get the other side down. I basically want to try and get all of the screws started, and then I'll come back and work on kind of locking everything in. Does switch wire moving in the right direction, Chewy, or not? Seriously? Pretty decent tolerances on this stuff. So it's using the motors. It's going to reuse the your idler bearings. It'll reuse the front idlers. So these say completely stock. We'll reuse the belts, the linear rails. This is just making the gantry a lot lighter because we're moving from printed parts and full aluminum extrusions to carbon fiber, and we're just using aluminum to reinforce the joint area. Okay, so we've got the M5x16 at the top. At the bottom, we're going to need M3x8 with a shim on the inside piece. And I'm assuming that my other M5 bolts in here are the ones that go on the bottom. So, or the other larger hole bottom. lost. These can't be M5 by 16s. I mean, these screws are M5 by 16s, but they can't be M5 by 16s, which appears listed there. So we've got M3 by 8s, mentioned stems, and I'm not seeing any stems here, and these are obviously not M3 by 8s. So this might actually have been one of the Ys that was used for the longer pieces, and these would be going into the mounts. So all these look to be the same. I think I might wind up having to just throw in a couple of extra pieces here or there. I'm not seeing any M3 by 8s, and I'm not seeing any M3 stems. That's fine. We've got some M3 by 8s over here. Okay, tap screws. Want some M3 shims? I've got some of those. Now, do I have any black ones? Go with the color scheme. Like I think there's a black one, and it's just the lighting. I've got two. So we'll grab these. Do an M3 by 8 with a M3 stem washer. Tiny bit of Loctite on it. These installed. The other ones, they look like M5 by 8 small button heads. They're definitely not in the kits because the kits have all the longer ones. This horizontal move Z can't be less than probe Z offset. So you've got a Z offset setting, and it sounds like we'll grab one of our M3 by 10s and see if that'll bottoming out against the screw. So with your horizontal move Z, be less than the. So that's where you need to understand what kind of probe are you using, Chewy? Are you using the standard probe? All I'm doing here is I'm reusing our M5 by 10 button heads that we had from taking apart um, all of our pieces so far, our old gantry. We're just going to reuse a couple of these for these lower M5s that obviously are not M5 by 16. Annex quick draw. Okay, so you'll have a Z offset for your X and Y, and you'll have to um, make sure that you're not going too far out. You know, I really don't like quick draw, clicky, or anything like that. And I love tap and boop. So every one of my printers, like I've probably got 2 or 3 clicky or whatever kits from these builds because I won't use them. Because when you do tap, there's zero offset, X, Y, Z, they're all zero, right? And it just makes life so much easier. So there's our gantry, fully assembled with everything put in place. So we're good there so far. Now we need to start doing some linear rail work. So this could get interesting. We toss that downstairs. So we're going to need some linear rails, and these are going back to our Y-axis linear rails. I mean, they're still moving well. They felt like they were in need of some love, but no, they're still doing good. They're hanging in there. They're hanging in there. Okay. So we'll take this and move it back a little bit. Like I've got way too many things that we're opening up here and getting on the table at one shot. Okay, so we're going to need some of these little kits. So these are the little, oops, hey, look, another set of stickers. So these are your little tube holders. And what's going to happen is these are going to clamp around the tube and have a spot for us to mount our linear rail in 3 places. And of course, they've got the silk screen ChaoticLab on them. So that's nice. Like I said, all of this stuff is very, very well packaged. So definitely going to be a lot of little cardboard boxes I need to get rid of though. So we've got our 3 little rails here. They talk about taking them apart. So we'll go ahead and unscrew the section. So we just have the top section. There's your screws. So, they're just half circles, so it'll clamp on there. So we'll get these set up by removing the second half of them. And of course, when all this goes back together, we're going to be using our Loctite. This is where we'll reuse some screws. So the first three of these are going to get M3 by 6 socket head cap screws going into the tops of these arch pieces. Now, I don't know, do we have M3 by 6 provided in this kit? M3 by 8, 3 by 10. So we don't have any M3 by 6 in the kit. And I'm not sure if I have M3 by 6 socket head. I think I only have M3 by 8, but let me try an 8 and see if it goes too far. So I'm going to check that real fast here and just it does tell you where to install these, so make sure that you install them in the appropriate orifice, aka hole, on your thing. And yes, an M3 by 8 is going to go through that tube. You can see there. And it would hit the carbon fibers. So we definitely need M3 by 6 screws for this. But I do not see any M3 by 6 screws in this kit. So we'll come through and we'll check all of our other kits. And by you say other kits, yeah, here's all of the screws from previous types of builds. This is primarily button heads from doing Voron builds. This was leftover hardware from the Trident. Let me see if there's any M3 by 6s in here. No, no. I think this might have been some of the leftovers of the V0 build. This says Honey Badger Annex Engineering Kit. We have M3 by 6 in here. Lock nuts. Ooh, look. Some M3 by 6 socket head cap screws. So looks like we're still good to go. And like I said, this would be why I need to reorganize my parts. Okay, so M3 by 6. We'll do a little dab of our Loctite on the ends because we're going into aluminum. And it looks like we are to 5 holes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 holes over is where our first one's going to go in at. Five holes over on the other side. And folks, I have to point out when you mount these, be aware, silk screen's only on one side. Make sure all the silk screens are going in the same direction. We don't want speed builds getting mad at us because we have our stuff in the wrong direction. And I'm teasing, he won't get. And the other one looks to be another 5 from that. Middle one's going to be slightly offset one way or the other. Let's just offset them both in the same direction so that hopefully we don't get a wacky input shaper. He's going in the same direction. Five from the front. Okay, so those 3 are locked in there. We also want to add 2 on the ends with some hex nuts, and these are going to slide into the end rails pieces. So we will add 2 more to those. See how many of these we've. We're going to add just enough of these. We're going to go ahead and do both rails at the same time and make sure that all of our logos and everything are lining up. Just because. You don't want to have to rebuild your entire gantry. Well, tool head's not that hard. I mean, if you're using a stealth burner, it's not that difficult to rebuild the tool head, especially since it's in separate parts. You don't have to necessarily rebuild the whole thing. Your probe mount would only be from one piece, right? Would be on the actual tool head piece. Hey. And there is new merch in the store, folks. We did add the t-shirts. So, and a couple of other colors, not just the black and the white. I did add a couple of additional colors. And I will be getting a few more of the other colors just to have on hand. And Chris, I saw it. It said that you had reached a badge level of 10,000 bits. Not sure if something didn't pop in, possibly because it kind of looks like you may have done some more bits, but I didn't see it pop through. Over here, Zombie tiered 100. Chris did 500 an hour ago, but I don't know why. These parts are pretty well machined, so they are quote unquote self aligning. to the rail, which is nice because that is what will help keep your rail nice and straight to everything else. So your tables, is this like in your garage? Is it, where are your tables located? Oh, we need to do our two ends as well, and we're going to need some M3 nuts, which once again, I don't see M3 nuts in here. And you know I have black M3 nuts down here, and since everything so far has been black, we'll stick with that. Because once again, consistency. We're just going to go right through the first hole on each end, and we're just going to get the nuts started on these M3x6s. One done. Second one's going to be done here. Yeah, I mean this upgrade or mod isn't hard. It's just like anything else, it's going to take a little bit of time. And I mean, if you built Vorons, you know that they're not necessarily hard. They may be a little cumbersome. They may be a little fiddly at times, but I don't think it's outside of many people's technical ability. It's, for the most part, it's look at the manual and follow step by step. And if you do have a question, you can reach out to people. But especially if you do like an LDO kit, most people can build an LDO kit without thinking twice. Just because the kit itself is really solid and the instructions are really solid as well. So we've got the M3 hex nuts at the end installed. They're just a couple of threads on, so they're not tightened down any. And now we're going to install the carbon fiber X2. So we're going to take our rail and flip it over and set it on the carriage, basically. We'll do both of them like that. Then we're going to take our two remaining carbon fiber rods. And we're going to set them down with the half moon pieces on the end facing towards the linear rail. Okay, so they're just going to sit down there like that. And then we will put the top portions on all of our nested pieces here on our clamps. And once again, I'm going to choose to go ahead and put a little bit of Loctite on these. once again, the last thing I need to do is be looking down one day and seeing a screw on my build plate and trying to figure out, okay, where did that screw come from? Now it does say not to tighten these down completely. So I'm just going until I feel it, um, the pressure change as I'm screwing. So kind of like what we did before. We're not torquing anything down. We're just getting the initial snug up of the part. And they do kind of give you an idea of like where you want your ends to be. So we're going to kind of line those up as best as possible, basically centering the rail on here. Okay. So once again, looking at the end here, we want this hole to still clear the end of the rail on both sides. Just kind of eyeballed and centered it. That's another reason why we're not really cinching these down yet. We're just getting them in place because we will wind up getting the end pieces on here and that will center everything. And I have a feeling this may be a pretty long stream today. And it may be one of those things where we decide that we're going to, um, we'll say, take a break and come back and stream either later on again tonight or do a stream tomorrow to get this back up and running. Because basically, I've got to have this printer back off of the um, workbench for Tuesday's stream to continue working on the Micron. Yes, we could continue working on it Tuesday if we wanted to, but I prefer to make this a full weekend project and just work through it. And besides, as we mentioned, Otis would like me to do the Moon Dragon on this, and this isn't going to change the kinematics or anything. I shouldn't have to make any changes to software configs for this. Um, it's just get it back on. We will probably rerun a input shaper or do a shaper calibrate for the automatic input shaper. And because we've got a lighter gantry, we'll have a tap, so we'll have to break the tap in again. Yeah, do a probe accuracy to get the boron or the CNC tap kind of dialed back in again to our first layer offset, and then we can start a print. So I know at some point, I'm going to wind up having to either find a secondary location that I can move all the printers and the build stuff to, or maybe go down and build out the garage. But if I go to build out the garage, then I would have to, um, then I'd have to like tear into the walls to insulate the garage and do stuff like that, make some changes, which I have no problem with that. It's just I'd have to get everything out of the garage first. That would be the problematic. Yeah, that's what I was thinking is I should have done a before and after of the gantry. Um, I can't remember if Nero did that when he did his, because he's done this as well. And really, I mean, if you're chasing grams and ounces and stuff like that, it's eh. I mean, it's going to make a difference if you're chasing grams and ounces. But I'm not chasing this, and I'm not doing this to try and eke out a lot of speed either. Okay, Chewy, if you're trying to dial in your Z offset, make your initials like Z min or Z offset or whatever, like -10. That gives you the ability to do further adjustments. Because it could be that you're trying to adjust out of range as well. Okay, so now we're going to need our end block pieces. So we've got these on. We're going to flip these over so that our linear rails are facing back up again. And our half moons are also facing up. So our bracket pieces are going to slide in over the tubes, and our hex nut is going to slide into that gap, which will allow us to tighten it down. This is where, as we go to put these and slide these on, it may get a little fiddly, and we may have to do some rotation of our um, hex nuts to get them to slide in appropriately. Either because we don't have enough height and space, or they're not turned the appropriate way. That's what it seems like is not physically turned. There we go. So that one just slid in. So like I said, You're probably going to have to make some adjustments to these as you slide these on the tubes. Just know that, take your time. There we go. Those two are on. Now all I'm doing at this point is just getting these ends slid on. I'm not tightening anything down. I'm just getting them aligned right. And then we'll come back and do the next step, whatever that. Once again, you can put a bump stop on here to make sure that your linear rails do not go flying off, because bad day. Besides, if you built Voron stuff before, you're used to fiddly. So sitting here fiddling like this isn't that different than what we're used to anyhow. The fact that I slid that nut completely off, that's going to be a whole level of different fiddly now. That's going to be a different. Um, that's the trick. Finding the spot where it lines up and slides in, but you don't actually unscrew the nut all the way to where it falls out and gets pushed out. There we go. Nice. We've got the ends on there. They're not set right yet, but they're at least lined up and on there. Yeah, only if you don't touch them. We've got that. We'll need to slip the lock nuts in there, and then we will use those things to find the right location. So we're going to adjust the carbon fiber tubes appropriately. Oops. We're going to insert the lock nuts Adjust the carbon fiber tube appropriately to ensure that the end of the rails is properly positioned against locating part of the carbon fiber tube bracket. Make sure the M5 hole of the bracket is aligned with the M5 hole on the tube. Then tighten the two M3 screws at the two ends of the MGN9. Tighten all 2.5 millimeters. Okay, so we're going to insert those little lock pieces, these little U-shaped locking pieces. Pop those out. Those four. On there. Throw these down there for recycling. Those over there for. All right, so we're going to take these and slide them into the ends of the tube. And then we want to make sure that everything lines up. So I'm going to take a 3mm driver, put it in there, and just do the circle rotation around that hole to make sure that everything lines up. So now those holes line up, which means this M3 screw should be lined up, and I can tighten this M3 screw down, which is going to lock the position. Because what that's doing is pulling this screw and that M3 nut tight up against this and locking that position in. So once again, we've got the half moon there. Set this in there, and then going to use a 3mm driver, put through that hole, and then we're just going to run it around that hole, which will line everything up. Now that those two holes are lined up, we can tighten this end screw down. And that's just turning in space, which means, yeah, we got another M3 nut that got out of spot. So we need to fix that and re-put that in there. So that. Piece there, piece come here. Okay, that one's in. This one, we're going to put this end piece in, line everything up. That down. Other end piece. These all lined up. Mark that one down. Okay. Hey, Westery, how's it going, sis? How is it going? Yeah, chasing the zeros is a bit of a waste of time. I mean, it's neat to sit there and do things like, oh, I've got a beacon probe. So on the 180 by 180 bed of the K3, um, Record Justin was like, I wonder what it would turn or come back with if you did a 100 by 100 bed probe. So I did. And a 100 by 100 bed probe on a 180 bed using a beacon, I basically could see the texture of the build plate. You know, because a 100 by 100, that's 10,000 probe points on a 180 bed. Okay, so now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be installing our idler brackets. Now, these are the original front idlers. So one thing to remember is we had these previously tensioned. So we do want to remove the tension from these so that we'll be able to do our belts later on a little bit easier. So we'll just unscrew it and bring it back out of tension. Do that on both of these. One up, one down. Um, the Okay, so we're going to flip these over so that our carriages are on the bottom. And I want to orientate them so that we can see the ChaoticLab logo. Because, you know, why not? So we'll flip these over and make sure that the ChaoticLab logo looks at us. Oh, and the other thing is we were supposed to go ahead and secure all of these screws. So let's go ahead and do that while we're at it. Since we have them in this orientation anyhow. I'm going to start in the middle and do both sides. It's printing. Uh-oh, Chewy, you did something right. How'd that happen? Yeah, it's pretty cold here today, and Mrs. Dragon is on her way up to Virginia right now, which is even colder. So Yeah. She was gonna go up yesterday, but my brother waved her off because of the snow and everything that was going on. So, yeah. And the easiest way to tell the idlers apart is one side's got an M5 and an M3, the other side has two M5s. That's the easiest way to tell which side this goes on because your two M5s are at the top and your M3 M5s are at the bottom. Or, yeah, the M3 M5 set is at the bottom. So we're just going to get these lined up, use something to make sure that everything is in alignment. And we'll do that on both sides. Once again, making sure that our Chaotic Labs is facing us for no other reason than why not. Okay. And do the front, do the back. Points away from the idler assembly. Correct. 5 by 20 and M5 by 6. Interesting. So we've got the fronts in here. I almost want to put the belt clamps on the front. Belt clamps. These are the bottom clamps. Where's my other clamp? Oh, duh. So here's my other clamps, and these are probably, might not be enough, we'll see. These are M5 by 16s. So I think these should work for the front. Back are going to be M5 by 20 and M5 by 6. And once again, the little notch faces the outside, points away from the idler assembly. So yes, that'll be on the outside. Let's drop these down in here. We're going through printed parts again, so we can't, well, we can if we really want to, but I'm not going to put any Loctite on these. Just setting them in place for now. Making sure that things line up. So this front one is not catching on anything, so that tells me it's got to be the M5 by 20 to be able to get down into that that lock nut. So there's an M5 by 16. We need to grab an M5 by 20. And question are these M5 by 20? I think there's, nope, M5 by 20. Good. We'll use screws in the kit for the front ones that'll lock down into that locking nut. Once again, these will get removed at a later date anyhow when we run the belt. Right now, they're just going in as holders to hold everything together. We're going to add these into the back here, slide them in, and we'll find how everything lines up, and then we'll input our screws accordingly. M5 by 20s at the back, M5s by 16 in the towards the front. These are 16s. Yep. Need 20s. M5 by 16 on the M5 by 20. Same thing over on the other side. 16 in the front, 20 in the back. Slide things in. Work to get everything aligned. This vision is not lining up. Feels like I'm hitting stuff, hitting the linear rail. And this just looks like my linear rail isn't, I'll say, fully aligned and centered on here. So need to loosen these a bit so we can slide the linear rail on the tube. Yeah, BFI. BFI is beefy front idlers. Um, I did the 10 mod front idlers on the salad fork, and I will say very happy with that mod. That works out well, and that's very much like the BFI mod in the sense that that's not. Yeah, and I'm just going to push this all the way down to the end. Tighten that end up. Back over and tighten tubes up, or the tube clamps up. Yeah, I haven't had any issues with these idlers, but once again, I think the nice thing with BFI is it's just easier to run the belts. I don't know if it provides any type of performance thing or if it's more of just a quality of life in the fact that it's easier to get things to align and the belts to be run and stuff like that. What the hell? So the holes are lined up on this, but they're not getting lined up on now. Oh, does somebody smack me a little bit later for, I don't know, just not putting it in the right orientation? Still catching and not lining up. Um, so what is going on? What I'm getting here is bring you guys down here rather than trying to pick this up. These holes are just not lining up, not centering, and it's the linear rail is hitting the bottom carbon fiber piece before these line. And it's not like I could just move this down some because this is lining up perfectly with, well, no, maybe it's not. So that could be my issue, not lined up with the holes at the moment. So let me fix that problem. I'm going to say everything should be good here. It's pretty much precision so far. So if things aren't lining up, it's probably a me issue and not a them issue on in this case. Okay. And look, holes line up. So 16 goes on the inside, 20 on the outside. You make sure that you put it on with the cutouts going in the right direction. And I will tell you that I am going to make a concerted effort to use most of their hardware rather than reusing the hardware that was in there because it is a different look. Makes sense? So meaning the rear screw is theirs. The front screw is the older one from the original kit. So it is a completely different look. So I'll be popping out my M3 by 16s and putting in theirs, or M5 by 16s and using theirs. Kind of reminds me of the like the DFH screws as far as the coloring goes. Okay, so that part's done. We now have our Y gantry in place. Looks like we're going to start working on the X gantry, which will be our gantry joint pieces. We'll pull these pieces up here into the middle. And we're going to need one of these. And these are all flat with no cutout or divoted points. Good. We need one of these. We'll need some M2.5 shims and M2.5 by 16. Like I said, so far, none of this has been really crazy as far as the build goes. It may be somewhat fiddly, but all in all, relatively easy to do so far. So 3 M2 by 16, 3 more of our little shafts here, or compression washers. Okay. So these go through the bottom, and it looks like it goes there. Goes in these 3 locations. The 4 over here on this vertical cutout are for mounting it to the linear rails. So get those 3 there. On our aluminum spacer pieces, we need to look because there's a specific hole this goes in with the little lip faced to the left there. Fit on all three of these. Oh, we'll get that in there, and now we're going to need this piece. Now, these pieces you got to look at because one side's flat, and the other side, this is what it was making note of, was a counterbore piece. So we need to make sure that that counterbore piece comes down here on this front edge. And then there's going to be an M5 shim that goes there. I'm not seeing the M5 shim in the kit. And I don't think that M5, yeah, that washer's not going to. D571, that's probably the shims. That would be a M5 shim. We'll go ahead and we'll put that in there. Let's say an M5 shim, not an M3 shim. And bearing standoff, these will all be the black standoff. So it looks like smooth support column goes on the back. Those screw down on there, and then there should be a long and a short side. So just looking at these because it says all standoffs are black. Okay, all the bearing standoffs are black. All the idler standoffs are red. So the first one is just a blank standoff. The bearing standoff is black, and that's going to fit in here. And I'm just going to try and screw that down some. Hey, Pete, how's it going? There we go. And then our idler standoff is red, and there's a long side and a short side. I don't know if you guys can tell the difference. The long side's towards my thumb, the short side's towards my finger. Long side heads down, and we need to use the tooth idlers, which means we're going to need to take our idler stacks here apart. one idler stack apart. We're just going to make a whole pile over here of excess fasteners over here. Need our tooth idler. It's going to go on the long side of that shaft. And then it's going to go down on here and screw down on the bolt. Now, all those are pretty good. We will come in here and just make sure that they are nice, good, and tight. Yeah. There's our initial idler going through the aluminum spacer to give it the thickness that it needs. Hey, Elder Heathen, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. We're going to need our other bearing stack now, and it's going to go on the center piece here. So we're going to go bearing with flange side down, bearing with flange side up to make our roller, and then one of our M5 shims, and we're actually going to flip over here and use their shims instead of our washers, especially now that I know that they're there. So I'm not going to go and rebuild the stacks over there where we did use our original washers. So that's there. Now we're going to need our joint piece, and looking at our part, it's telling us to be cognizant of our we've got a side that's got counterbores on them. This side's counterbored, the other side's not. So the side that's counterbored is the side that needs to go down on this piece. So counterbore is on this side. Flip that counterbore over. We'll go there because those counterbores are sitting on those posts. And now we'll come back with our M2x5 socket head cap screws and our little M2x5 shim pieces or brush washers. I think you were calling them. And we'll go ahead and put a tiny bit of Loctite on these because we're going through carbon fiber and into metal. So that oh, not a problem, Zombie. So is this a mod that you're planning on doing on any of your printers, Zombie, or not? Thanks for the lurk, Westery. And so, like I said, as I was taking the gantry apart of my original 2.4 here, I was finding that several of the screws were somewhat loose. And that told me that over time they backed off a bit. So that's why you see me using Loctite here, because I'm using carbon fiber and aluminum parts for the most part here. So I don't need to worry about any type of issue with the with printed parts. So kind of like what I'm doing here is just making sure that things are lining up. Okay, so there's one gantry piece done, and it wants us to look at it and make sure that we've got a tooth idler on the bottom right and the smooth idlers on the top left, which we do. Hold on a second. So this is what I needed to look at right here, because I noticed that my tooth idler has play. And it says if it's a 10 millimeter idler, you're good. That's what they suggest. If it's an 8.5 millimeter, then you need to add shims. And I have a feeling looking at this that this is an 8.5 millimeter. Yeah. So I need to add another shim on either side of this. So I'm going to have to take this apart, add an additional shim. Not that big of a deal. Just something to look at, be cognizant. Yeah, it's the glue stick style. It's like a, yeah, the glue stick style. Um, I've got some regular Loctite glue, but I prefer that glue stick style after seeing Steve Bilge use it. Um, I just think it looks, well, no, but it I think it works nicer. Stem that side, bearing needs to be shims here. That'll help save us some time on the next one when we realize that we're going to need to do the same thing when we do the other two sides. There's the one side. Left side. We'll have the right side with our remaining part. So long point here, we've got our little jog, larger hole in the back there. We'll need M2.5 by 16s. And 2.5 by those three. Corner. Middle. Those three are set. We need to add our aluminum spacer. Aluminum spacers on there. We'll need our other piece here, and it should line up as appropriate with all three of our counterboard holes facing the top. That's to allow our standoffs to sit down on there correctly. And looking like this, we've got idler standoff at the back and the front. The back is our smooth one. Great support column. Then our black idler one is at the front here. Wait, hold on. Bearing standoffs are black. Idler standoff red. So the red one was the one that got that one in. This is black one is the middle. One up front would be for the tooth. And I'm assuming that the larger gap goes toward the top. Idler standoff are red. Long side goes up. Okay. Makes me feel like that. Sometimes you just got to look ahead to get some clarity. And then we'll take that middle one back off because we didn't put our bearing stack in it. Pop that out. We'll need to undo our other bearing stack to get our pieces out, or our other bearing stack, our other XY joint. Go over there. There. And parts go over there. Grab our M5 washers, put them there. And we're going to need on our standoff, we're going to do flange down, flange up, and one of our M5 shims. On the bearing side. That will go back on here. Okay. Now, we're back at it. Okay. Now on the other side, we know that we've got center tooth pulleys. So we're going to do a shim tooth pulley. And it calls for a shim, but we're going to have to add a second one. So we'll do 2 of these shims. Okay. And then we'll have our final plate. And the sides with all the countersunk or counterbores go over here. And then we'll use our M2x5 with our compression washers, a tiny bit of Loctite, and we'll almost have our XY gantry ready to go. Whoops. In these little. Once again, I'm not trying to torque anything down. I'm just trying to um, get things snug. And I have to take this back apart a little bit because I'm realizing that this bearing is feeling like it's seized for why. Take one of those extra spacers out. See if just the one makes it feel better about itself. And it does. So we'll just go to the one. Double check the other idler as well to make sure that it's feeling good about itself. I want them to spin freely. And if they're not spinning freely, then we need to fix that now versus later. Still spinning freely. Okay. So we've got our left and right done. See what else we've got. The right side, we're going to have the tooth idler towards the top, smooth bore to the bottom. Now we need our last set of carbon fiber tube clamps. Whoops. Spread our clamps. So, Elder Heathen, are you by any chance related to the free heathen? But maybe I didn't. Trying to resolve an issue before I forget it. Here we go. One click. It'll be just like before. We will get our clamps started on our rails, and then we'll come back and get everything lined up. Now we're going to use M3 by 8 socket head cap screws. Once again, I'm not seeing here, so we're going to reuse our socket head cap screws from before. And we're going to bring these in at specific locations based on the drawing. So end is going to get a M3 hex nut, and then we're going to one, two, we're going to go into 4. And we'll wind up splitting the difference thereabouts. And I just knocked my try not to do that again. Definitely don't want to keep knocking carriages off. That would be bad. Okay, so we've got our 3 bottom pieces. We also need to get 2 of our end pieces in there with a couple of M3 hex nuts. Grab a couple more of my black ones from my stash down here. These go all the way at the end. Okay, so the two end ones are done now. Be interesting. So we're going to get our rail, lay it flat, and then we're going to grab our X gantry pieces, carbon fiber for the X-axis, ChaoticLab stickers again, some more packing peanuts, I mean, don't get me wrong. I know the packing peanuts are there to protect things, but good gracious. One, they're a lot. Two, they tend to generate static electricity. And I think environmentally, we'd be better with just some paper rather than all of the packing peanuts. Now, on these, um, your U shape before we put, I think, facing down or facing up, it needs to be facing forwards here. We're just going to set that down in the cradle. And we will, of course, adjust and fix that as needed as we go through this process. So we're just going to sit there and we're going to get our ends put in, our clamps put back on loosely just to get things lined up and held in place. Once again, we will use a little bit of our Loctite on these screws because I don't want the screws coming apart and then trying to figure out where a specific screw went. I've had to do that once before. They're cornstarch and you can dissolve them. Well, that's good. They used to be styrofoam. Once again, when we set these up, we don't want to clamp it down on the extrusion or on the carbon fiber rod because we will be moving the rod end to end when we go to put our end pieces on. This is just to have these in place. Just to keep the rod in place as we go to the next step. So Westeresis, you will, I'll just say this on here. So Mrs. Dragon was heading up to Virginia to my brother's. Um, we had the scare with my mom having a heart attack not too long ago at the end of last year. And the initial scan results are sounding like my brother's mother-in-law may be having the same issue. And she has a angiogram set for 5 a.m. on Monday. So Mrs. Dragon's heading up there to provide some assistance with things around the house. Because right now they've got um, his mother-in-law as well as his oldest daughter and the grandbaby with him. And the oldest daughter is doing everything she can to, let's say, cause problems. Like they've had the sheriff out there 3 times already. So, yeah. So she's going to go out there and just provide some additional level headed adult capabilities. I want to be able to move that slightly. Okay. 4 mounting holes, U-shaped notch located opposite the 2 outside mounting holes, blah, blah, blah. Do not tighten. Now we're going to slide our X rail pieces in here. And these are slightly different pieces. So slightly different shape to them. They've got the little Voron logo. Voron logos facing up. And we're going to say the 2, because there's a 2 on one side and 1 on the other. The 2 is the one that we're going to have facing us at the moment. I'm going to have to slide this down here where I get a little bit more room. And okay, like that's how we're going to slide these on here. And these bottom sides have a cutout that the M3 nuts will slide into. So we'll have to play around to get those to line up. And we'll use our 2.5 millimeter to secure that down. We'll do the same thing over here on the other side. Going to get that to slide in there and make sure and get holes to properly. And we'll tighten that down. Yep, get the alignment, tighten the screw down, put in the locking nut. The locking nuts out of here. Okay. Just carbon fiber tubes appropriately to ensure that the end of the rail is properly positioned against the locating part carbon fiber tube bracket. Make sure the 5 holes of the bracket is aligned with the M5 hole on the tube. Then tighten the 2 M3 screw ends of the MGN12 rail. And tighten all 2.5 millimeter screws. So, are aligned, tube rotating slightly. Once again, all I'm doing here is just loosening the M3 screw on the hex nut sub, and then using a my hex driver to go around in circles on the thing. And what that's doing is it's lining the metal part to the tube and that metal lock nut to the hole in the tube as well. Once that's done, then we can flip it over and we'll tighten these M2.5 nuts. And that will lock my, oh, I will. She's actually on the road already. She was starting to head up yesterday, and my brother was like, "Oh, no, 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 don't come up because of the snow." Um, and I don't think he's gotten any more snow now. I think it's just cold. So, and I'm debating I might pack up some stuff and head up there as well. We'll see. I'm just waiting to hear back of how things are going after. Now it looks like we're going to slide this into our 2 end pieces. So we'll take our rail, we're going to set it up with the carriage facing us. And then that will give us 2 holes on the top and 1 on the bottom. We'll slide our 2 end pieces on and get them to line up with the holes. And then we're going to need M5 by 16, M5 by 18. Let's see how many different sizes we get. It wants us to use M5 by 8, M5 by 16 from the top, and M5 by 18 from the bottom. So what all do we have here? See some 8s, 16, 16. So these will be the 16s at the top outer edges. I'm sorry. Yeah, top outer or yeah, the outer edges of the top. These should be going down and into those locking pieces. The M5 by 8s, which will be our smaller ones, will go in the middle. Going lightly up here all day. No offense, but keep it up there all day. Okay. Go ahead and take it up. Now it's saying M5 by 18 on the bottom. I've got two M5 by 8s. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do with those other than put them aside for the time being. And let's see what some of these other ones are that we had in the other. $20. 416s, 220s. Hmm. And I don't know if 20s will be too long. Don't feel like it, so we'll go ahead and do 20s instead of the 18s. Now, check your work. Looking at it from the front, this side we got a tooth idler at the top, smooth idler at the bottom. This side's tooth at the bottom, smooth at the top. So work checked. Now we're going to flip our gantry and we'll mount our gantry or our carriage. Flip our gantry. And then we're going to flip our X carriage and lay it up on top here. And this is where we're going to need some more small screws at. Hooray. Thread screws will be M3 by 5 socket head cap screw. M5 by 18. Hey, there's the two M5 by 18s they were talking about there. Guess we could pop that out and use these. Why they're there, but okay. The M3 by 8s, I do not see these M3 by 6 or M3 by 5 socket head. Hey, Mad Troubadour, thank you for the follow, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. You guys were going to let me do this, weren't you? I don't remember putting Loctite on. on any of these screws. And replace these M5x20s that we put in here with the M5x18s. And like I said, I definitely do not see any M3x5 in this kit, socket head cap screws. I've never seen M3x5 in any Voron kit. Um, I've got M3x6 button heads that we can use. I think normally we use 6s on these. So how are you doing today, Mad Troubadour? Hope you're having a good weekend. That it's not too cold wherever you're from. We are working on a installing a ChaoticLab's carbon fiber gantry kit for our Voron 2.4. This 2.4 was FAE-DRAGON. It's the first 2.4 I built, and I built it last year after Rocky Mountain Rep Fest. So probably May time frame we got this built. So been going for 9 months now, and other than just some dirty parts, I did have some screws that had come loose. That's why you see me using Loctite liberally on all the fasteners here. Thank you very much, Westery, for the prayers and the good thoughts. I hope your mom is continuing to progress well. Yeah, so M3x5 socket head cap. Like I said, I don't see any of those in the kit. We've got M5x16. .5x6, but it would be M3 going into the gantry, right? For the bigger gantry, because all I have is two M3/8. We've got some longer M3 screws in here that we haven't needed yet. But like I said, the only way I'm getting an M3/5 is if I'm cutting it by hand. Well, we're on the run. Where that one went, but be out of there. Oh, there it is. It worked its way behind me. So yeah, I guess the only thing I can do is M3x6 button heads. See how those fit. Got kicked from Twitch? Okay, well, no worries. I didn't kick you. Get one or two of these going and see. Oh yeah, those will fit. And once again, Loctite is going to be our friend because I have had these screws back out before. In fact, I had my whole V0 gantry, X gantry, take itself apart to the point where it um, gouged the X extrusion, and I had to replace it. And I went with the ultralight X gantry, which once again, the only reason I didn't use Loctite when I built my original gantry is because it's a V01, and I was using the printed hex nut holders. So because I had printed parts there, I didn't want to use Loctite. And yeah, it pretty much destroyed the X rail because it completely um broke away. Like tool head came off, the whole 9 yards. It was a mess. And I did a stream on that. I'm noticing that some of my older streams aren't showing up on Twitch anymore. So I have ported the vast majority of them over to YouTube for that reason alone. Definitely like feel free to jump over and check out the YouTube channel as well, because that's where I'll say the historical vids are. And I'm using button heads just because I don't have any M3x6 socket heads, but there's no reason to use button heads or socket heads. I mean, you can use socket heads, but that's no big deal. You ran to the store and it killed your connection? Gotcha. Well, it probably did that because you didn't go and get coffee. Like if you were going to get coffee, it would have stayed good. Yeah, that's one of those maintenance things, especially on your well, just about any printer actually, is going around and just making sure that all of your fasteners haven't gotten loose. And that's one of the reasons why we use the Loctite is it helps to ensure that they stay nice and tight and that they don't loosen. Okay, so those are on. Now it talks about the cable. Put down there. Let me see what I've got. Bum, 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 bum. So it talks about the umbilical cable. But I don't see any spring steel here in the kit, and the only place I have spring steel is in the spring steel that I still have that I could use is in the black box kit. So that's fine. I can grab one of those and set that up. But once again, this is an issue where I'm probably going to have to redo my umbilical. Duncan Westry. You greased the bamboo when it asked? Well, nice. Very nice, Westry. Um, yeah, sorry, I'm just sitting here thinking real fast. I'll install this after we have it in the printer. I don't think it'll be that hard to get this and then do the install on the printed part, or not here. Yeah, so it looks like we've got these parts here. So our landy thing gets screwed into here. We'll have our wire that gets bent and comes up through this bottom hole, and then a screw that comes in that holds the wire in place. And the wire is just going to add some additional support to this piece. So the wire will add some additional support, and it'll get routed up through here. We'll have to cut off the end of our CAN bus cable in order to route it in here. Because otherwise, with the four-way DuPont microfit 3 connector, it won't fit through here. So we'll have to cut the end off and then repin it, which is not that big of a deal. But this piece here flips in between the carbon fiber, and then it just gets attached with a couple of screws, like 2.5 by 6 from the bottom. And that would be done. So it looks like from now, the rest of this is just physically mounting it back in the printer. So let me get some things ready here. Belts. So we can belt the axes, so the A and B belts, and then we can belt the get the Z belts ready to go. Now, it always says to do the Z belts and then do your X belts or your A and B belts. I'm going to do it off the printer, do the A and B belts loosely, and then we'll tighten it and set everything while it's on the printer, because I just did that on the Micron, and that was a heck of a lot easier. Just put it that way. Just trying to look at my belt pass to see what goes where. Part of that is flip this back over so that it looks right. Flip that over so it looks right. Take a couple of these and put them under the arms to bring everything sort of up to the right height or the same height, hopefully. And this side will come around bottom. Straight back. This will be the B side motor belt. So it's going to go on the lower pulley, down the motor pulley, or smooth pulley around motor out at the angle. These more skeletonized frames may make running the belts a lot easier. Oh, all the way around at the bottom, through the bottom, around the bottom one on this side. And around the bottom smooth eye. Also might be where it might be a little advantageous because we've had the belts on here on something before. So we can use some of the previous pathing. Of course, I went around something. At least it appears like I went around something funky over on this side. Take a look at that. Doesn't look like it's going straight. It almost looks like it takes an angle back around. Well, maybe so. Maybe it makes. So now what we can do is we can mount our Chaotic Lab. Now, one of the things that I will do on our Chaotic Lab is we're going to take it apart and maybe add a little bit of grease to it. Okay. And I want to do that because I noticed before that my last one didn't have much in the way of grease on it. And it was it stuck a little bit more than I would have liked. So I just want to take this apart and check the vertical linear rail here and make sure that it's nice and greased. Hey, K2 Kevin, how's it going? Welcome on in, my dude. Nanopolymer, yes. I I've got some Vision Miner nanopolymer. It was a sample that I believe came with the um sensor. Ooh, wow. So it looks like in the new version they kind of made it to keep you from taking it off. Well, that's an interesting. So there's a little catch at the back top of the sensor. There's a little nub on the other piece that keeps it from going up and off the rail. And it seems to be moving better, so we'll live with it. We'll go with it. We will go with it. We're going to say they fixed whatever that issue was. So they're not that hard to take off. But I am doing good. Hey, Shenanigans, welcome on in, my friend. Welcome in. So we've been playing around here. We took FAE-DRAGON, which was our 2.4 apart, and we've been doing some surgery on her. That surgery entailed taking apart the entire XY gantry system, and we are installing a ChaoticLab's Carbon Fiber Gantry. So let me bring you on here for that, super cool fiber optic. Look at that. Look at it. Shiny. So we got fiber optic everywhere now, or fiber optic, carbon fiber everywhere, right? And we're going to have moving from printed tap printed tap Rev 8 to ChaoticLab's CNC TAP, which will be a little bit nicer. So to get that started, we need to take off our belt clamps so that we can start routing our belts here. You want to route your belts before you mount this to your carriage. So it'll be a little bit easier to do it beforehand. So we'll go ahead. I guess I should route the other belt first. One of the nice things I'm finding is um, having belts that were previously run. You tend to have um, bends in all the right places to make it easier to run afterwards for the second time. So, and they help remind you to put your belts in the right orientation because you can tell how your belts clamp first time. And one of the things I like with these carbon fiber rods is there's no extrusions. And I don't know if you guys have built too many printers or not, but getting getting these belts to run right at the right level without getting caught up in the extrusions is kind of a in the tuchus. Right. So the top around this through here somehow got my belt twisted. Like my belt's not lining up right. Mm. Biggest thing you got to do is just make sure that you don't inadvertently go around a post that you're not supposed to go. Other than that, sometimes little belt flap, a little bit easy. Get your belts back around where fucking nice about you and they Man, putting twists in belts right now. Holy crud. And as mentioned before, when you go to get your belts in here and do your initial tightening, you want to make sure that, you'll get your left side in, get the clamp on there, and then you'll want to walk through and make sure that your belt is actually in the like the trough of each one of your um thingamabobbers of your English sword. In the trough of your idler bearings so that you're not when you tension them that you're not left with a spot where you could get adverse wear and uneven tension when it does fall down into the spot where it's supposed to be. So there we go. And the nice thing, once again, about having run belts before is it's pretty easy to get them lined back up at the same point. Same number of teeth run through and all that. So tons of printers. Exactly. As I sit here and clamp them down, the like pulls one of the teeth tighter, or some belts tight. There we go. Okay, so one side down, then we'll bring the other side in and and really don't tell me I've got to go get a new belt because off. Uh, there, and all of a sudden belts line up and through the other. Mean your printers on average of 3 kilos a day. Each printer, or you're running 3 kilos a day through all of your printers? Get one through a clamp. There we go. Top belt. And we want to make sure that we're in the pulleys and that we're not issues with alignment. Gallon of iced coffee. Crap. Turn it. Then I lost it. Story of my life. Great. Not feeling the love here. May have to recut some belt. Bottom one I seem to have plenty of space on. But top belt, not. Dang, that hurt. Belt sides are loose. We bring this up to the front because I think what I'm seeing is some racking. So loosen one a bit. Okay, that's at least going to get me belts on, and then we'll work on deracking and tightening. 25 hands. He doesn't know that, you know, 20. There we go. Binder clips for the win. Whew. Okay, so we got that in. Our gantry, I'll say, is a tad bit racked, I think, but we can fix that once we start tightening things. Get this down. Right now, I'm just trying to get it buttoned up so that we can get our Z-belts on. So once again, grab our Z-belts, and the way this works is they go from the outside in, and we're going to line these up right at the edge of the, I would normally say printed part, but at the edge of the carbon fiber part here is where we're going to line our belt up. We want it to be down in these grooves. Take one of our mounting blocks and the other clip, a mounting block and a clip stack, M5 towards the back, M3 towards the front. Something in. Looks like we may have had a shift on this side when we were putting the belt in. Come back to that one, work on this one. I'm going to kind of just try and work my way around and get these in place initially. And then we'll come back and work on anything that needs to be tweaked. Because I'm sure something is going to need to be tweaked. This is the break that you needed. Well, I'm glad, Westery One. I'm glad this is proving to be the break that you needed. Same thing here. We're going to line it up with the last tooth in the printed part. And this once again will be M5 towards the front, M3 towards the back. If you were using a Hall effect sensor, one of these blocks would be different. So just know that. Looks like this particular screw is having a bad day, so we're going to place this one. Five by 30. And really the difference would be one of them would have a Hall effect sensor spot on it. So only if you had Hall effect sensors for your end stop would you need to worry about that. It would just have to be in the back edge over there. This is just a tore up screw or bolt screw, something. This edge is just not lining up, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if we've wrapped this some. Process of belting our AB. If so, then we'll have to make a slight adjustment. Or it could just be it's the tube, it's the alignment of the tube itself. So and that also could be what was causing me to have an issue with length. Rethink what I just did. This should be able to loosen these up so that I can slide the tube itself. So what I've got here is the linear rail is a little bit too far back. An issue, part not line. So just moving the printed tube forward just a shy tad bit, and by shy tad bit I mean like 1.5 millimeters, maybe 2 millimeters at most. It lines up on that rear part better. Lines up on period. And that would also mean that it would probably give me some excess slack back in my belt, and was probably why I was having issues routing that belt to begin with. So in essence, what we just did was we shortened this length by like 2 millimeters, which means now this, oh, look at that. The top belt has more slack that I can pull through now. Funny how that happens. So we will this fitting on here. So I lost that nut, and if you lose that nut, you won't be able to actually connect it to the Z linear rail carriage, and you would have a bad day and be taking things back apart. So make sure that that nut's in place now so that we don't have an issue later. You're back home and you can never live in a rural area. Okay. I I kind of like a little bit of the rural. I'm not like way rural by any means, but ooh, I'm about to lose my mic, so bear with me. Get that one plugged in. I'll need to come over here and plug the other one in. Boom. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, so we've got our Z pieces in place. We will need to get this scooted off to the side here. We'll bring our printer chassis back up here. And what I'll do, hopefully I've got enough. Is I tend to use the rubber stoppers. And I'll come up here, I'll just go to, I'll pick a spot, put my rubber stoppers in, and they're going to go in a spot where there's obviously not um, a screw hole already, or a screw in the hole already. And that way, by counting holes, they'll all four be at roughly the same height within a millimeter or two, which will make this next part a little bit easier. So all four of these should be the same height. We're going to take our gantry, we're going to pull it in here. And we're basically going to just set it down just like that. Okay, and bring our belts in here so they're out of the way. We're not catching on any belts or anything. For some reason, I am looking cattywampus. I'll get out. Hmm. Somehow, I have gotten the one side, got the screw holes on. So I'm going to have an issue with this side. But what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll take our M5 by 30s, and these are going to go up the center shaft, and they should go all the way up into the top with no issue. Screw this in. until it tightens down. Grab 3 more of these because we're going to do the same thing all the way around. And that bolt or screw go all the way up with no issue, and everything should be in alignment. If you're having an issue, it just means your gantry is not perfectly aligned front to back, side to side. Make the adjustments. Think Live, how are you? Welcome, welcome. We are trying to finish up getting our Voron 2.4 gantry back together. We had taken it apart and installed a Chaotic Labs carbon fiber gantry kit. So that's basically what you're seeing here right now. And we're just going through and trying to get everything set back up. Now the fun part comes with trying to rebelt the, I'm going to have to put this on its side at the very least to run the belts, because I'm going to have to take the bottom panel off to run the belts. So we're going to put it on its side. We pull all of our belts out of the way. So, because it's going to be easier to take this lower panel off to route the belts. So, and we'll wind up needing to get in there anyhow at some point, because I'll have to deal with some CAN bus stuff, because in order to get it through the flange, if I change it to go through the flange, I will need to get in there for the CAN bus, or I can leave the CAN bus the way it is and not use that little gland. So that's an option that we have, as well as just not doing that particular thing. Now what we're going to do is we're going to bring our Z belt down around our Z. Here I think we may have an issue just because of initial bends that are in the belt. Trying to get them to go above the pulley versus under the pulley. Of course, I get it pulled through, but I got to twist. So we will be trying that again. Somewhat a little bit more challenging because I'm trying to not take panels apart and undo the printer any more than I need to. And also just trying to feel my way around without being able to see so many. So how you doing, Tink Live? Mm. How is your Saturday morning going? It is going well. See it, see what I'm doing. But and I can feel the belt, but I'm not able to get it pulled through. Uh, a lot more painful than it would be. I'm sorry. I know you guys aren't seeing much, but it's yeah, it is painful. Not even there. One way. Oh, there's two. Now let's see if the bottom ones are any easier. Spoiler alert, I doubt it. Hmm. One trick is to try and get the um, little twists and turns and stuff out of, because I have to get it up underneath the pulley, and the twists and turns keep actually fighting against me and getting it around the bottom pulley. And of course, don't forget that the belts go through the gantry, not around or over the gantry. And the last one I think I can do once I'm on that side. However, while I'm here, I want to at the very least undo my monitor mount as well, because we're going to put that over on Chewy's box, and we're going to um, put in a ClipperScreen on this machine. We'll just remove that display we can put over on Chewy's machine later. And I'll figure out the other mounting solution afterwards. I'll have to get back in here. Oof. There's some crazy dust at the bottom of this. Now the question is it dust or is it um, you know, residue from filament and printing? I don't know. There was definitely stuff all over it. Now this printer has, we'll say, made the rounds a little bit. It was at, it started off with printed parts from Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival, and it went to Murph as its first show. It didn't go to Earth this year, but we have used it to print quite a lot of parts for other projects here on the Dragon's Den. So this printer has been used quite a bit. And as I said, we'll work on the ClipperScreen a little bit later. I just really want to get the gantry back on this. So to get our gantry going, really need to at least get one. Um, a little bit better there. What we'll do is we'll loosen these top pieces. And you'll want to route the belt underneath through the gap. Come out the front. And you'll kind of get the feeling of where it was at before. Then just lock it down. Doesn't have to be too tight. We can fix that with our tensioning. But we're going to go ahead and hang the gantry, and then we're probably going to call the stream just because it's almost 4 o'clock and I'm going to need to eat something here. And I got a message that I need to look at as well. So starting to make some progress and get this back to its old self. And once we get it back to its old self, we'll be able to actually kick off a print. And Otis has already asked if I would print his new moon dragon on it, which I definitely want to print anyhow. So we will probably do that. And you may be going, well, is this going to be a square gantry? Well, maybe, maybe not. We got to work on getting our gantry squared up. We will work on our, we'll start it up and we'll get quad gantry level going. And that will also help get everything nice and level. So, yeah, we'll have some, a couple of things that we'll need to do and run to make sure that our gantry is nice and square and levels up nicely. Okay, so our Z-axes are done. We've got our carriage mounted. We'll need to get our hot end remounted and reattached. In a couple of different pieces right now. So the top will clip on just like normal. We'll have a pair of M8 screws that will attach our extruder or CW2. to the CNC TAP. Okay. We'll have our, give me screw. We'll have our, oops, got to put a couple of screws in here for our hot end piece. Grab the ones out of the CNC kit. Be our mount for our X end stop. Okay, yeah. You make it easier to get into your screw packet. Don't use BHB tape or whatever this is to secure your little baggies shut. And get into it. So you'll have two M3 screws that go in that your tool head will clip under, up under. And then you'll also have a pair of like M3 by 6 that goes down at the bottom that the tool head will rest on as well. And I'm looking, can I pull those from the printed tap? I did, but not seeing them. They're just like M3 by 6 button head screws, and they're just there to provide the faintest amount of a shelf to hold your tool head in place until you can run the screws through the fan shroud and actually get everything mounted right. So let's take and put these down here at the bottom, very bottom one. And once again, the two up at the top and the two at the bottom, they're alignments. These don't need to be super snug. It's not being used to hold the tool head. It's being used to align the tool head. Then your 4 screws going through the front of the tool head will actually do the honors of holding your tool head in. Oh yeah. The hemostat, I was like, I saw Edge of 3D get or use a pair, and I was like, I never thought about that. Yeah, I need to get like 5 more of them. Hemostats are like a builder's best friend, especially when trying to route belts. Okay, so our tool head's back on. Hemostats over there, this over here. We just try and clean up for a minute because I've got things everywhere. 3, 2.5. Where's the tweezers? 2.5 we'll keep out because we'll use it. Whew. Okay. Um, Now what do I need to do? Let me turn things sideways. We're going to have our piece that mounts here for our gland. I'm not going to mount the gland on it or in it just yet. I'll make that final determination after a little bit. But this lines up like so, and it gets some 2.5 millimeter screws into the bottom of it according to the our build guide. These out. So let me double, triple, quadruple check what size screws those call for. And 3x5 to hold the wire, which will come through the front anyhow, so that wouldn't be bad. Add in later. This goes in M2.5 button head. Oof. Or I'm sorry, not button heads, but socket heads. And they did give us a pretty good amount of those. I've got plenty of things laying around now. So you have plenty of extra materials. One, 2. Now, no, I guess it does show coming from both the top and the bottom. We'll go ahead and we'll get another 2 up here for the top. Yeah, eating's definitely a good idea. Mr. Dragon gets mad at me because, like today, he would take off and go on a trip, and next thing you know, I'm sitting here and it's, you know, I've streamed for 9 hours and haven't eaten anything, and she gets very, very angry with me. So we'll be able to bring up our tool chain, and we've got various spots where we can then route in and screw into our tool chain piece. Now I'm going to have to figure out which screws to use because the one that we had used before is going to be way too long. It's going to be an M3 screw, preferably an M3 countersink. Don't think I've got a bunch of M3 counter. Might have to go with an M3 button head. Most likely I'll try a 6. I keep M3x6. I want to make sure that it'll screw in before I start playing with wiring. Yep. We'll get a couple of these M3x6s in here and get our cable chain nice and well connected. But yeah, to a degree, zombie. We've been powering through. Okay, so we've got our cable chain tied in. We have our white end stop still here, so let's go ahead and recover these screws. Then we'll unscrew the end stop and we'll work on installing the end stop on the printer. Now, when we did that, it had us screwing it in from underneath and up. And we may not be able to do that. We may have to go from the top down. It has to go up through the bottom and then into a nut at the top. So we may be able to go from the top down with the screws and go through a nut at the bottom and still have the ability to make the adjustments because we didn't install it when it because we had a pre-installed end stop. Were we running it fresh from scratch, it would have been no problem to install it the other way. But now our end stop, you probably want to go up and through this flange rather than around and behind it like I'm going to have to bring it. Yes, no, around and behind it. these aren't going to be long enough, but they will at least get me okay. So for that Y, did it? Sorry for the desk roll. Like one of the first things that we started off doing. M2 by 10 socket cap screws going from the bottom and into those cute little nut plates. So what my plan will be is to come in with the 2 by 10 from the top and, oh, and then down into this threaded nut plate. And they did provide us with M2 by 10s, which is good because my only M2 by 10s would have been self-tapping. And Chaotic Labs and everybody else, do not roll your things so tight and use a type of adhesive that is tantamount to using DHB tape on a thin clear plastic, because all I do is get annoyed and spend time ripping into a package. Couldn't be spent in building. Thanks, Tank. Yeah, we're getting pretty close. So 2 by 10 socket head cap screws. I've already got one kind of sitting there holding this in place. Here went the other one, and I felt it come through the bottom. Is good because that means I'll be able to try and line this up and screw it on. Not going to be fiddly and cumbersome at all. I'm going to get a little sliver of metal. See what I tell you, no problem at all. As far as where this needs to go, that's I do have a tiny bit of racking um in the AB frame right now, so I'll have to play with this and get our belts too. Better. Um, okay, we need our sensor. Remember right, the sensor wires are the exact same. Our X end stop, I want it to be like this. It will get mounted here. So pull these existing screws out. Reuse them to mount this to the thing. Mount the end stop to this. And then get this mounted up on the back of the attachment here, which the screws are already installed from the back. So we just need to pull those out and install them. Now, I haven't had an issue with a end stop like coming unscrewed, but if you're afraid, you can go ahead and uh, add some Loctite to these as well. Make sure that they don't come unscrewed and drop down into a print. There's our end stop wire. It will come around and feed up. It goes into the top left connection again. Our power for the hot end comes around and through the back here. Now, what I need to figure out is I need to validate the wiring between this one and this sensor. just to see if it's the same connector and the same pinout. And that's easy. It's not the same connector. Great. That's going to be the low blow. Because I need to figure out the connector on this now to get it correct. So that, my friends, will be done off stream, because I think at this point we are pretty good. We've got the basics put together here. We got our end stop back in there. We're going to bring our wire back over here and plug into our motor. That motor's plugged back in. This motor gets plugged back in. Now this motor here will need to obviously see if we can take up some of that slack. But we can just zip tie this directly to the underside of our carbon fiber tube, and it'll stay out of the way of our belts. So that'll be good. We can do that here with just a couple of zip ties. Just like this. One there. We'll bring the other one up over here to try and keep everything nice and tidy. Find one sort of in the middle spot. We'll just trim those off, and we'll have those wires tidied up and out of the way. And folks, I'm not going to tidy up my Z's just yet. I want to print with it first. Most likely what I'll do is we'll get the back panel possibly put back on it. Actually, I don't even think I need to do the back panel at this point. I need to get the whatchamacallit, the sensor wire figured out. And the reason I say I need to get the sensor wire figured out is I've had issues in the past where the sensor wire for the um um God, English. The sensor wire for tap has been pinned wrong. And what I mean is it should be red for power, black for ground, and then whatever for signal. And I've had it pinned like so. That should be red for power, black for ground, blue for signal. I've had it pinned where the blue and the black were reversed from the factory on the factory side. And so I think it's this one plugs into the sensor, And then this side, I'm going to have to cut off anyhow to make another length, because the end that goes into the SB2209 is like that. So I'm going to have to repin that anyhow. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that the cable's right before I go ahead and just say, okay, it'll work, and pin it in and wind up blowing something out. So I'm pretty sure that a 3-pin that goes into a 3-pin, maybe I'll double check this. They may have finally sent the cables with the right one that works with their boards, but I just want to double and triple check it before I go plugging anything in. And no, yeah, this end's going to have to be cut off and re-terminated with the right size pins and the right size connectors. So, yep. So I will be doing that off stream, most likely after I grab something and put it in my belly. But folks, thank you so much for being here. I may work on this and then come back on live later tonight and run a print on it. Or I may wait until tomorrow and come online and actually run a print on it. There's a couple other things I may still want to do just to tidy some things up. I need to do something with my, I'm probably going to take the bed and lift it up so that I can do something with the Nevermore, because it slid back. So I need to remount the Nevermore, and I may redo my Wago connections over here on the bed and go more towards the so if I print a different part for use with the whatchamacallit, the LDO mount that goes over on the side, kind of up under the back side of the bed, then I can mount a purge bucket back here, and that'll allow me to use a purge bucket and the thing just like we do on an LDO kit. So I'll probably work on doing that as well. But like I said, I need to grab some food. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody, for being here and sharing your Saturday afternoon with me. I'm going to clean up all of these extra bits and bobs as well, and we'll come back at it. Like I said, either tomorrow or later today or tomorrow, and we'll actually get this thing moving, and we'll do some testing and see how rigid the carbon fiber is compared to everything else. So thanks everybody for being here. Let me find somebody real quick that we can raid out to. Let's see who's showing online. Wanna Ugly Moo, more and more. There should be a lot more people have to make Twitch. And Free Heathen, Jerry. Let's see. Ugly Moo's doing some painting, possibly gaming or painting. Yep, he's painting a Bart Simpson right now. What do you guys think of? You want to go over to Free Heathen? Do you want to go to Jerry 3DHP and go join the Jerry show? Let me jump in there real fast and see how many people he's got. Currently got Matt German, Zach 3D Prints, and Kenny Sims. So kind of the standards. Does anybody have a preference of whether we go to Jerry or what do you guys want? Jerry? Okay, Chewy, we can go to Jerry. And Chewy, like I said, your printer is pretty much done. I'm going to take the screen that I just pulled off of FAE-DRAGON and, of course, swap out the prints and go put this on your printer, because it should work no problem. So, and that's the other thing I need to do is put the ClipperScreen on this. So thanks everybody. We're going to go ahead and go over to Jerry 3DHP. Let me get that set up. And follower subscriber, Gary 3D. Yep. All right, cool, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spending your Saturday with me. Like I said, maybe we'll come back and do a little bit of a Saturday night stream or a Sunday stream to see this actually printing. Thanks, everybody, and we will see you later.